Alright, welcome back to the stream. So, pick up from where we left off. I'm going to open up this mold that I did. It's two arms here, and then I'm going to try to make a cast and see how that goes. So we'll start by just separating this from the bottom. Just cutting under this hot glue, trying to separate it from the acrylic sheet. Just running it parallel to the sheet here. Trying to kind of just dig under it more than like really cut it. Had a little bit of leakage here, but that was not an issue at all, which is always good, but I gotta be a little more careful about trying to get all the little gaps filled in the future. I'm not really cutting, more so like just kind of sliding this under to separate the two. Alright. Oops. So that's done. Flip it over. So we got a lot of silicone that leaked under when we vacuumed it a couple of times, but so now I'm going to try to separate this. Just like tilting this knife slightly to try to push the layers apart. And there we go. Alright, let's see. So I'm just going to cut down the side here, and this should open. So there's two, it's glued here and here, so I'll probably have to cut both of those, and we should be able to just peel the rest of it off. Just gotta cut kind of slow here. Just run a few passes over this. Alright, so that's mostly separated. Yeah, there's glue on the inside here too. So I'll cut that. Alright, so that's good. Come over to this side, do the same thing. Try to stay on the outside or not. Usually it's not like flush like this, but whatever. Go on the inside, do the same thing, cut through that. Yeah. I guess we're just gonna destroy this and it'll just be fine. Do kind of the same thing, just try to separate these halves. to trim off all this flash. That's just all this thin film along the edges. That one's pretty clean. So this is actually the bottom of the mold. Even though it's, you know, the top right now. This half was poured upside down. Once we like open the mold up here, that'll be a lot clearer as to why. Alright, so now I'm gonna just pull this yellow clay out of here. I'll probably have to use like a clay tool. So I'll just use this wooden tool to kind of pull this up away from the rest of it. You can see there's like a bunch that got mixed in, but it's all going to be like, so you can see it there, it's kind of attached. Yeah, so that just comes out. I'll separate that later. But this is like the finished mold, so there's a little bit here, you just got to peel it apart. Yeah, there's some stray clay there. Alright, let's see, I need something that's not metal. So I'm going to just separate the sides from the mold. Oh, that's the top. Okay, so there's this upper part is like a shelf almost. So you can see we're just kind of tearing it. So there's mold release that was spread on here to keep these two halves from bonding to each other, which it looks like they did, but that's just kind of how the stuff works. You just give it a bit of a pull and it comes apart. And then, so we're gonna pull this whole half out of here, so I need to get it like separated the whole way down. So I'll probably just use this thing to get down here and make sure it's all separated. It'll be easier to pull this first half out if I know it's all good. Alright, so I'm gonna try to pull this thing out. Alright, well, I guess we're just gonna worry less about the parts themselves and just get this half out. Because separating it the first time is the hardest part, because it's still like kind of stuck to itself at the bottom. But once it's like separated, it'll just pull right out in the future. There we go. Alright, so those are the two halves. You can see it's all like flexible. And that's the inside. This is probably a little thin on this side, this wall. But once this part's in there, it should keep it pretty sturdy. So now I'll just take out the original parts. And then we'll have to cut through it on the top here to pull out the rest of this, because you see how this goes up and that doesn't go all the way through, so that'll just be a little bit of cutting to fix that. This was all planned. this trimming. Okay, looks like there's a little bit more there. This should be enough to push this through the top. I'll probably have to do a little bit more trimming once I remove this. I have these little cuticle scissors that I use to do a little bit of trimming. They're really sharp on the end, so it allows me to get into like really tight spots. And trim off bits like that. Yeah, there's like a little lip right there. I'm going to try to remove that. It'll just make pulling it out easier. Not this time. You actually get to see me make something new. Don't worry, I got you. I got your clay later. Alright, I gotta trim this thing out. Right, there we go. Gotta do one more of those too. There's that other part. Yeah, I noticed it's a little early for you, but that's cool. I'm mad about it. Oh, I see, it's in here. Well, that's a bummer. I guess I'll have to run this backward. Yeah, this part was a little shallow, so I gotta do some additional trimmery. It's like real close in here, so I gotta not cut through that side, but I don't know if I can not. Well, I guess if it's all one part, it's not the worst thing. So what do you do when you work from home? I'm mostly just trying to not screw this up too much. Yeah, sure, Captain, no problem. I meant to do it sooner, it just kept slipping my mind. Not that that's an excuse or anything, but, you know. Sure. I'll be here. Doing my thing. Generating that fake news. Got it. Photoshop. Who's this guy? Oh, that's awesome, dude. I got a couple donations last week. through my coffee and buy me a coffee ones. I don't have donations set up on Twitch yet. Mine, you have to like go to a separate site, but still cool. Oh, that's awesome. Feels good. Feels good to know people like what you're doing. Not yet. I haven't, I was working on, like, graphic stuff yesterday. I ended up kind of wasting some time doing it, but I definitely plan to check them out, though. I just, when I'm, like, not streaming, I tend to do, like, graphics work, so I can, because I'm still trying to make, like, the channel better, so I have to make a lot of stuff when I'm not streaming. Yeah, but you get to see new stuff today. I'm actually gonna, like, cast something instead of just making molds. I don't know if I'll be able to pull the cast before the stream's over. Hopefully, we might be able to get away with it because these pieces are a little thicker, so they might cure a little faster. I'm just making some edits to this mold so it is ready to be used. I'm not really sure how to do that. A couple of the other viewers have said the same thing. I don't know if it's my latency on OBS is 8 seconds, so I'm not sure how much is accounted for with like distance like from me and stuff going through Twitch servers and stuff. Yeah, I'm using OBS. And I'm using a Streamlabs plugin for the chat, so it like pops up on the screen like that. So that could be adding a little bit of a delay too. I'm not really sure. Since I added it, it seems like the chat's gotten a little slower, so I've been thinking about trying to find another solution. Okay, I'll have to look for that. See if there's a setting somewhere that I missed. Alright, so this guy, I'm going to try to get this thing ready to cast here soon. Okay, let me clean up this spot a little bit here, and then I'll take a look and see if I can see that setting. I guess I'll just push all this stuff off to the side. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the delay's gotta be a little annoying. Yeah, like I said before, I'm like learning as I go, so there's still lots of stuff I don't really know. Let's see, I'll take a look real quick here in the dashboard and see. Set its preferences channel latency mode. Preferences channel latency mode. Oh, okay. Alright, I just set it, so we'll see if that changes. Or did I just lose my stream? I don't know. It's still going? It looked like it was real slow for me, so I'm not sure what happened. And it looks like Spotify crashed. Yeah, I just switched it, and it looked like it might have like had to restart the stream. I'm not really sure, but I guess we'll just keep an eye on it and see what happens. All right. So this is all good. I gotta brush this out a little bit. I actually didn't even know about that setting. I didn't see it before, so thanks for pointing that out. Who knows how long it would have taken me to find it on my own. Those are some big air bubbles. At least they're up where it doesn't matter. Alright, so I'm gonna cast this thing. Actually, let me check and make sure this is, no, I'm gonna need, like, an extension. I'm gonna have to make an extension for this. Let's see. Oh, I guess I can just use an old syringe. Yeah, maybe. If it doesn't take this time, then I assume it'll be good next time. Alright, that's probably good. I guess I'll just have to use this fat one. Whatever. I'll fix it later. Alright. Let's see. I mean, it might improve, like, over time. As we're going. We'll see. You still there, Bone Splinters? Mr. Bone? Are you working? Ignoring me. Alright, just trying to clean up my space a little bit before I move on to the next thing. So I got all this stuff. Move this stuff out of the way. Alright, so I'm going to be using... Oh yeah, I'm always ringing. How many days a week you working from home? Couple? Or is it just kind of random? Alright, so I'm gonna use this resin to make this cast. So I'm gonna put spray this thing with mold release real quick like. Yeah, I'm not sure. It could be like could just be traffic. I don't really know. I haven't actually had a lot of time to test the stream like when I'm not working. I gotta see if I can maybe make some time with like Mr. Splinters here and see if we could do some like off schedule testing to see if we can improve this latency a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna dust this thing with mold release, and then this side too, before I do anything else. So I turn the fan on. Yeah, maybe tomorrow, man. That'd be cool to maybe troubleshoot this connection a little bit. That's what you guys have been saying, is it's like, it's slow, and I don't really know what I can do about that. I mean, I don't know how much control I've really got over the latency of, like, my connection. Like, I guess I could, I don't even know if, like, I don't think a faster speed would really even change the latency. I think it's just, it might just be, like, that our network, like, our connection to our internet provider is just, like, not great. We've really only got one choice, so it's not like I can even go to anyone else. Alright, so I think this needs about, let's see, what's my old chart say? It's 10, 14, so probably like 15 for each, plus, I don't know, say 4. Yeah, like I've got, I'm like, well, I have an iPad in front of me, that's how I like see the chat, so I'm not even like really using the site. I just have my computer open just for general like monitoring, and that's because OBS is running. I don't know. I can just read up on it over the weekend and see what I can do about it. But like off the top of my head, I just don't know enough about it to really give any like, you know, idea of what could be done to fix it. All I can do is try to like research it and see what's going on, if there's anything I can do. So this bottle, these yellow bottles tend to kind of like, I don't know if you've experienced this, Mr. Splinters, but after a while, these yellow bottles, they get like dried up around the top. So I found these things are a lot more helpful to like opening them. So I usually like just grip it a couple of times and then give it a turn. It's usually good, because I had like one big spill one time from this bottle like opening like kind of at a jerk, and it just like splashed everywhere. Yeah, those channel locks are like great for that. I have not had like a problem opening these bottles since I got those things. After I like had one huge spill, I was like, all right, I gotta find some other way to do this, because this is ridiculous. I think I just got them at Home Depot or whatever. But yeah, it's been like a huge help. I'm trying to just use this stuff faster, but actually, wow, sorry about that. Random tools go flying. Or falling, I guess. Yeah, I was trying to do the same thing, and it's like, I can't get it clean enough. So it just, you know, it still dries up, so I just found that's like any kind of big pliers, like a good interim solution. Alright, I gotta put my respirator on, because this stuff is not good to breathe in. Alright, so I'll be a little muffled. Hopefully it's not like the worst. Yeah, I usually scrub it out, but it like, I even I'll take an X-Acto and like chip around inside the lid to get all the dried up stuff out, and it still will like, after a couple of uses, it'll, you know, it'll get like harder on the top again. So I've just like, not given up, but I'm just using the pliers to make it easier. Alright, so I think I need like
I'd say like 18 to 19 each. So I'm just going to say 20 milliliters. So that's 40, so then there'll be 20 and 20, so I'm going to do 20 of part B and add the tint. Okay, so I'm going to go up to here. Yeah, so just do 10 and 10. I don't worry too much about these air bubbles because I'm going to put this under pressure, so it'll crush all those bubbles anyway. This is 326, so it's going to just cure as like a hard plastic. It won't have any flex at all, really. But that's fine, because this is just a test, so it doesn't need to be like end product quality. This is just 99% alcohol. So I gotta clean out this syringe so I can use it again later. Oh, those are the wrong pliers. Say what? Come out of the shadows. I'm in sunny Arizona. I don't know if there are shadows here. Alright, so that's that. Set that aside. I'm going to add some dye. This is just opaque white. I was born in the shadows. Put a few drops of this stuff in here. Trying to get it like mostly opaque. And I have a ton of this yellow or orange, so this is like my go-to like test shot color. Because like I'd rather use the dye I've got the most of. When I start doing more like tests for like the right types of resin, I'll start goofing around with the colors and get like random rainbow colored dyes. 5 viewers, holy cow, it's like a record. Just gotta make sure this stuff is mixed really thoroughly. That's why I like using these beakers, I can see everything instead of like paper cups and stuff. Get the bottom, scrape it up real good. Alright, so we get this nice, lame, bland, peachy orange color. I should scrape the sides, make sure we got everything. Alright, so set that aside, and then I'll measure out the part A, and to get everything ready off camera. The pressure tank. I gotta prime the air compressor, so I'm not sure how loud that's gonna be. I've got like a max level set on the audio, but I don't know how loud it's going to be for you guys, so I'll probably just mute the audio for the couple minutes that it takes for it to fill up. Let's see, 20 milliliters of this stuff. I could probably just pour this out. Let's see. Alright. You can do it! Alright. I'm gonna turn it on and let it go, and you tell me if it's too loud. I guess it's not actually that loud. Not as bad as I thought it would be. Alright, so this should be mostly good. So I'm going to just jam this thing back in here. It's good. Feels like everything's feels like it's lined up pretty well. Alright, awesome. It's one less thing I gotta worry about. See you later, Captain. Captain, my Captain. Alright, so that's good. Alright. Let's see. So that stuff's all good to go. Let's see, I gotta connect up this pressure tank. Alright. This one. Okay. What is going on? Sorry, I got some leaking going on here I gotta fix. Alright. Yeah, something's wrong with my tank's pressure switch. It'll like kick on and off a lot, which is kind of annoying. And I haven't found any way to, I guess I gotta replace it. I just don't know where to do that, so I'm just dealing with it. Alright, so I need a bigger vessel for this stuff, so I guess I'll use this. So we'll mix these two guys together. Okay, I'll just turn it off for now. It's mostly full. Alright, so let's get this stuff in here. So I'm going to mix these up real quick and then inject them. Put them in the pot. Let them sit. And then we'll try pulling them out later in the stream. I think this stuff's got like an hour cure time. so I can't touch them before that. Usually a little longer, because I do a lot of small part stuff. It tends to take a lot longer to cure, since the resin's like heat activated, and it, you know, the more like mass there is, the more heat it generates, which is also what destroys your mold. But because my parts are small, they don't generate as much heat, which then makes them take longer to cure. So both good and bad. Longer mold life, but longer cure time. Alright, so that's that. And then gotta double check everything. Got our parts ready, got the syringe ready, that pressure tank is ready. Because once you mix these, we can't go backward. Alright, so I'm gonna switch to this guy. He's better for mixing. Alright. In we go! Into the fire. Alright, I guess that's good. We don't need cars. Ah, spilling shit. I've never seen the third movie. I feel like I should watch it at some point. We just watched, I rewatched it and she watched it for the first time. We watched Wonder Woman last night on HBO. Because they're putting out that 1984, Wonder Woman 1984, the sequel. It's going to come out on, like, HBO on Christmas Day. So, like, we'll probably watch that. Yeah, I probably should watch it just to, like, so that my nerd cred is complete, that I have seen all the Back to the Future movies. Because, you know, it could matter on a job application. Alright, I gotta clean this thing off real quick. Alright, let's see. These bigger syringes are a little harder to draw up into. Alright, so let's try to get this going. Alright, I've seen a lot of air bubbles, but looks like now they're done. Time to make the donuts. Alright, so this is a little too thin. I could like feel it buckling. They're not like swelling down here, but it's. I feel like it's all pretty even. So I'm gonna pop this boy into the pressure tank and turn that back on. Alright, so that's good. Need a little thing to straighten my excess resin into. I've made plenty of messes in my time. I'm super weird about making messes, so I like got all this trouble to. All right. Oh shit. The regulator got fucked up. Hang on a second. Alright, now it's good. When I was like, just a minute ago, it got like messed up, so I had to fix it so it actually went up to 60 psi. Yeah, I've put a lot of like, work into trying to like reduce my mess. Cause like, I ain't got government budgets over here, man. I only got so much money. Alright, I'm gonna take that respirator off. I ain't got unlimited funds. I just gotta regulate. I also don't have a lab, you know, so like, I gotta be careful about how much of a mess I make. I know I feel like I'm screaming since I took that mask off. Yeah, that's not ideal. I need like a bigger tail. It's 99% alcohol. It's one of the better solvents for cleaning up liquid resin. So I gotta like clean everything as soon as I'm done to prevent like, you know, the resin from hardening on everything. So like this is the freshly mixed stuff. So I gotta clean this out real quick. I mean, I could chip it off later because it doesn't really bond to this plastic. But it's easier to just clean it up while it's liquid. If I could find my pipette, which is right here.
Yeah, you can use 91%, but it's like been such a pain in the ass to find. I ended up buying 2 bottles of this 99% from some scientific supply company for like $30, which is insane. I should have wiped this out with a paper towel before I put this this stuff in here. It's still like starting to cure on the sides. Well, it's starting to gel. I could probably still wipe it out of here. You can use acetone too. It doesn't work quite as well, and it also evaporates super fast. So it can be a little bit of a little difficult to work with. So I've got like 91% from CVS. I actually like having this spray bottle. So I feel like I don't waste as much of it. Alright, so that stuff's all done. Well, I guess I gotta clean this. And this. So I guess I'm not done, actually. Almost done. Yeah, you can't really like filter this stuff. 91%, I used to filter it because it doesn't evaporate as fast. Acetone does. This stuff evaporates pretty fast too. But the both of these things, like, they act more like an emulsifier. Like, it's a solvent, but it also has like emulsification qualities. So like, I don't filter it anymore. I just let it like settle to the bottom, and then you can like pour off the stuff on the top to make it last longer. Shit. And it's the same with the acetone. You can like pour it off, because if you let it sit, it'll all like fall to the bottom, all the material, and then you can just like pour it off once it settles. So you like lose some every time you transfer vessels, but it still lets you keep using it over and over again until it's like, you know, gone. Yeah, cleaning stuff is boring, but I gotta do it. I ain't got the money to just throw everything away every time. Not that you should throw everything away every time anyway, if possible. Ugh. Yeah, and on Smooth site, at least they I had to like search for it, but it says 99% alcohol is like the the best solution or the best solvent for this stuff, and then acetone, and then I think like 91% or something. Sometimes I'll use I need to replace my acetone anyway. It's almost gone. But I have this stuff that's like, you know, I'm reusing, and then I have this fresh stuff that I'm going over as like a second pass to clean off any like remaining residue. And I'll do the same thing with I'll use the acetone for the same thing sometimes. This like final pass. I'm really interested to see how long it's going to be before regular alcohol is like available everywhere again. Like 70% don't even bother. It's too diluted. It doesn't really do anything. So it's 91% and higher. Or acetone. Alright, that's all done. Now, maybe in the next 2 hours I can open that mold and we'll see what those casts look like. Now you asked for clay. I shall deliver you clay. All your clay hopes and dreams. Where's my towel at? Behind me. Alright, so I want to finish. There you go. See that? I wanted to work on this yesterday, but I didn't get time, which sucks. I wanted this to be like all boxed up and everything. See, you thought I forgot about you. I'm like, nope. All the clay you want, got it for you right here. Same clay time, same clay channel. Not sure if I have enough of that teal silicone left though. I'm gonna have to switch to the better stuff that I have. I have so many more molds to make too. But if I'm gonna be on here 3 days a week, I'm just gonna have to see the clay getting pushed around, you know? Gotta learn to love it, learn to appreciate it. It's your Zen moment. Could have just named this channel Pushin Clay. Probably could have hit some, what is it, ASMR vibes on that. I'm just gonna quietly push clay. No music. No banter. Just all your clay hopes and dreams. Yeah, probably a little fancier than what I'm sporting here now. So we do some like rain sounds in the background. I literally have to listen to rain sounds every night when I go to sleep. Otherwise I can't fall asleep. Yes, the calming sound of rainwater. You just get to read your case reports like in a very quiet, very soft voice while I push clay around. You're now tuning into rainwater. That's right. It is a gold mine. You could just name it the sound of rain. Come and relax to the sounds of rainwater and maybe learn something in the process. It's like a weird Zen podcast, except it's live. This doesn't need to be perfect, don't overwork it. Overwork. trying to figure out how to keep pushing clay interesting, you know? It gets tough. Like, yep, we're just pushing the clay. Happy little piles of clay moving from one place to another. Oh man, I have not seen that movie in a very long time. They were ahead of their time. Speaking of Brendan Fraser, we've been watching Doom Patrol on HBO. Very weird. It's kind of like, it's almost got like an X-Files vibe to it. But it's supposed to be this, like, you know, DC heroes thing, sort of. Now I feel like I should go back and watch Airheads. If you like weird storytelling, it's worth checking out. And like, you don't need to know anything about it to watch it. So it's him, this woman that was in Orange is the New Black, Timothy Dalton's in it, like, occasionally. Alan Tudyk plays the villain. He was in The Firefly and other things. If you have HBO, and are looking for something to watch, it's worth checking out. So I'm not so much as pushing clay now as I am smoothing clay. We're just smoothing out the clay. Soft, even strokes. Just move it from one place to the other. Just trying to smooth your boy out so we can get it built up and turn into a mold. Smoothing out the surface. Oh yeah, you play an arena? Nice. I should be playing some cards later over cam. I think like 8 we're supposed to start up. I think there's only 3 of us so far though. So if we don't get a 4th and you want to come hang out, you're welcome to join the table. You can just spectate if you want. It'll be like 10 your time. But if old man Rainwater is going to be awake, then I can send you a link. Oh, okay. Is that on Arena? I didn't think that would. I didn't think Arena was set up for that. Ah, okay. Cool. I remember having plans to do things. I was just MTGO then, probably. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be on Arena. It doesn't really seem like they have the architecture for that. But I guess there's Brawl, so I guess they could do that, but it's too mechanically weird to put on there, probably. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do that. I don't know how well that thing's gonna work sealed though. Like, I know you can build a deck, right? But I don't know if it's you've got enough consistency to build an actual commander deck. There's obviously a lot of like trust involved too with randos. I've only drafted a commander cube a couple of times, but it was pretty fun. Yeah. It's really like the closest you can get to the draft. I don't know. I still think they should have waited. They should have just punted it till next year. Because like part of the draw, would have been the draft part of it. And the fact that you can't do that seems kind of silly. Well, I mean, not silly as in like the idea, but that they're releasing this product that you can't actually use for the reason they released it, other than for the reprints and new cards, I guess. What do I know? I am but a humble customer. My opinion means nothing. Yeah, in another world, it would have been a pretty fun experience. Just not in the COVID verse, coronaverse. Yeah, I don't know. I assume it's gonna suffer printing shortages, like every other product they've put out this year, which is starting to feel like a fake excuse for like intentionally short supplies. That's just my conspiracy brain. Yeah, I really wanted to buy some of this product, but I can't really afford it. It's like too expensive now. Maybe I could get like a couple of packs, maybe. But it's already in such like short supply. I guess it's just hitting shelves today, so we'll see if it stays in print or not. And it's like essentially an eternal format, so they could just continually print this for like months, but they probably won't. You could open that jeweled lotus, sell it for $100. Card is so dumb. Definitely not a thing that needed to be printed. But it exists now, so. Nice. If I open one, I'd probably just keep it, I guess. Toss it in a deck. I guess I should plug in the old goo gun so I can get that thing ready for later. So what do you guys... Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I bought the Commander pack for the last February, so before COVID. There was one more event here in Phoenix. We had one in September and then another one in February, so 2 GPs, and I bought the Commander Fanatic package or whatever for the second one, the one in February. So I got 2 of those soul rings from like the 2 events, and I ended up just selling them. But I should have gotten one signed and kept one. But that's cool that you did. It's a cool collector's item, even if it's not like, you know, a thing that you like play. It's still cool to have just in your collection, and sign's even better. Definitely like me some signed cards. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's probably a better purchase then, for you at least. Definitely more usable. I think the last one I got was, it came with that package. It was the promo lightning bolt mat. It's pretty cool. It's not signed, but it's still cool. build up this corner here. Push a little clay around here. This thing is kind of a hot mess, but it don't need to be beautiful, it just needs to be functional. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean that dude's like single-handedly like keeping the art cool. He's got a new, I don't know if he's just got one new card in the set or more than one, but it's like a 6-mana languish that like draws you a card. But the art on it's really cool. I thought about building a whole deck of his just his art, and you can do it. It's going to be all Esper. That's pretty much the main colors his card art is in. But he doesn't do. There's almost no lands. There's only that new Misty Rainforest from that secret lair. So you got to sub out the lands for someone else. But you can build it, and there's. So it is possible. How good or bad the deck would be, who knows? But it is possible to build a deck that's only his art. A commander deck, of course, if that's not clear, since I don't play anything else. It'd be like a ton of work for an artist, but it'd be kind of cool to see like a single artist set, or like 5 artists, and each one does like a color. So like all the red cards are one artist, all the black cards are another. You can go on Scryfall and go to advanced search, and there's an artist, like there's an artist field, so you can type in an artist name and it'll only show you cards of their art. I do that. I use it when I go to like I'm looking for cards for GPs to get signed, so I can see like everything that they've done. You can do it on Gatherer too, but the UI on Scryfall is just like easier to use. Yeah, the more decks that I build anymore, they're like I have enough like quote unquote good decks that now I'm like, if I'm gonna build something, it's got to have some like weird theme to it. So the Seb deck would be one of them. I could only make this stage a little faster. So tedious. But it's almost done. Well, mostly done. Definitely gets a little light on stuff to talk about at moments. Who, McKinnon? I didn't know he had short movies. Now I've got another thing to do this weekend. I assume they're animated, right? Like 3D animated? Or is he doing like 2D? Yeah, I had no idea he was doing animation. I like skimmed his Kickstarter when he did it a while back, but I didn't like dig too deep into it. Oh wow, interesting. Yeah, now I'm more intrigued. I mean, he obviously seems a little like Tim Burton-esque, but a little more, I guess a little less trope-centric than Burton, since the more Burton's work you watch, the more it looks the same. So that's cool. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I've always been super envious of those artists that can like do like numerous different mediums. And he did the music? What the heck? That's insane. Like, to be as good of an artist as he is and also be a good, like, not even a musician, but if he's like writing scores, that's like a whole other thing. That's not even like, I play guitar. It's like, no, I actually write music. That's wild. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Add it to my list of things to look up later. Alright, this looks like it's in a good spot. I'll smooth up this corner. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what's left to do on this. Keep getting these like lines that keep showing up. Yeah, I've like tried to learn about writing music. Well, just like learning the notation. And it's obviously a deep subject. And I found some online courses that teach like music notation. I just thought it'd be interesting to know for like, I don't know, if I ever needed to write background music for something or whatever. But it's not something I expect I'll ever get into. This is enough what I'm doing now. Plus I always got like graphics work I gotta do. I wanted to work on this mold yesterday and I ended up spending a big chunk of the time comparing different motion graphics programs so I could make some like intros and outros, but I ended up just shelving the whole thing by the end of the day. Alright. This doesn't need to be perfect because it's going to get closed up in a box. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out tomorrow or sometime over the weekend. Alright, let's see. So we got this stuff from the box I just made. So if I cut this down, I can probably build this up. Oh, that is wildly crooked, but whatever. See if I can fix this. Better, but not perfect, of course. Alright, I'll try to use this. So I gotta pull this wall off, right? Yeah. So I'll replace this part that I threw up on here. And I kind of knew it was garbage. I was hoping it wouldn't be, but it is. Right. Yeah, I tried listening to or watching a couple of streams from other artists in the last few days, and I found them to be like kind of chaotic. So I don't know like what people prefer to watch, like tonally. I I get the impression that the more people you've got in your chat, kind of the more chaotic it's gonna get. But I guess I'm just so used to like working alone that I'm not really in the mindset. Like I don't know what it would be like to have a bunch of people on at once and just kind of be reacting to like what's going on in the chat. And I see like discussions about people were like, oh, like when I get to affiliate or whatever, and I don't know. I like what it is so far. Just I'm kind of just working, and like you and miscellaneous others may like join and talk for a while. So it feels kind of like a hangout, which is nice, as opposed to like you know entertaining a room full of people. Yeah, I was like in one the other night. After like I finished mine, I was like, well, I'll like poke around into like the art one and watch a few and just kind of see what other people are doing. And I joined this 2D animation, this like pixel art animation one, and they were just like working, but then the chat was like very chaotic, and it was like cool, but it got I tried to like comment a couple of times, and by the time I like typed out a comment, the topic of the chat had like wildly shifted now, so I kept deleting the comment before I would send it. Yeah, I think if I was playing on cam, I would kind of treat it like, I don't know. It's tough to be like when I'm like talking to the audience like they're my like partner. So we're like talking about like what I'm thinking of playing or what I'm concerned about on the board or whatever. But then you're like, I guess if you're playing digitally, then your opponents can't hear you talking. But I pretty much exclusively play paper, so like all that would be literally broadcast to my opponents. So it'd be kind of weird. Yeah, to me it still is kind of just like this experiment. Like, I've been doing it for a few weeks now, and it's cool. Like I like doing it. It incentivizes getting to the desk and getting work done, even if like that work can be repetitious as it has been. But I don't know. I don't really even know like what I want out of this. I guess just keeping me motivated really is like what I'm looking for from it. And if you and others get enjoyment out of it and like hanging out, then you know that's like a big positive for me and a good reason to keep doing it. I guess that looks fine. So I gotta figure out the, I guess I'll use these again, since they're already here. So I could do that. Well, I'll probably turn that backward. So we'll break that boy off there. Where is my file? Oh yeah, the schedule's been like the best part. Because I could too easily like find a reason to not get to the desk. So this has been a really good motivator in that regard. No. The one guy who's been on a bunch, Master Sabretooth, he follows me on Instagram. He's that's where I am connected to him from. The others who've been in the chat are all just from Twitch, just people who like found the stream and joined the chat. Like I don't think it's necessarily their thing, but you know, they're interested enough to like come back, which is cool. I don't know like what they're getting from it other than just, you know, it's something interesting to them, which is good enough for me. Because it is like a really niche hobby, you know? Like, there's definitely a market for it. But I don't know if that market is on Twitch. I don't know if, like, there's interest. I've been looking at the metrics on YouTube. Because I post these, like, to YouTube to save. And there's, like, been some traction. I mean, nothing's got, like, a crazy amount of views. Like, a couple of videos have like 10 views. Hey, what's up? Yeah, speaking of, but yeah, I've gotten some a little bit of traction from YouTube, which has been nice. I know the videos are way too long form for that, so at some point I'll have to go back and like edit those. Or make a shorter video, like a condensed version of some of those sessions. Let's see. Yeah, and the first part that you weren't here for, Sabretooth, there was, I managed to take one of these molds I've been working on and finally get like a cast in. So, but the stuff takes like 60 plus minutes to cure, so it'll be like a while before I can pull it out. But hopefully I can get it out on stream today and see if all the work on the mold was worth it. Got a new follow from Miss Sad Panda. Thanks for that. So that's cool. Yeah, so I'm hoping to be able to pull that out a little later. I'm gonna give it like 2 hours to cure because I don't want to, you know, pull it out early and it's like still kind of soft and mushy. Yeah. Yeah, what time is it? 3:54. So probably like what, 5? I'll pull it and see like how it's doing. So I got this so this is like basically like the arm molds from these guys become these. So I like, you know, chop them down and put these sockets in them. So I'm remaking like this mold so that I can make these guys. So it's like a multi-step process with these molds. I gotta mold the base thing, and then I gotta like take those casts and make like edits to them, modify them, and then I gotta remold those into new parts, and then cast that stuff, you know, as like the finished product. So there's like a lot. It's a lot of like, I wouldn't say it's repetitious work, but I mean there's definitely some repetition that goes on. Because I'm trying to get a specific kind of like product, or not product, but like a part style. So it does take like a lot of work to get that where I want it to be. Alright, so I gotta glue that guy on there. Yeah, thanks for kind of like loosely keeping track of the time, Mr. Bones, because I wasn't watching as closely as I usually make a note, so I kind of have an idea of like how long to wait. Depending how late in the day, like if I'm pouring this at like 5 and 6 at night, I just like leave it till the next day. So I don't expect to like be coming back to the desk that night. But like, you know, talking about the schedule, we were saying earlier that, I mean, I've made like so much more progress than I had over the summer, or like leading up to the summer. So, if nothing else, like me being on here 3 days a week has really like pushed me to, you know, just get more work done, which has been a huge benefit. So those parts I'm using there are from, so initially they were from like, I made them with polystyrene rods, which I'll show you here in a second once I like get this guy glued in. But like, so the pieces I'm using now, these colored parts, they're basically just like, they're the injection channels from like other casts. So then I get to reuse like that scrap in this way, which is nice because then like it's like a little less waste, you know, or I'm putting that waste to work. Let me glue this guy in here and I'll show you like where they are coming from. Okay, so there's that guy. Yeah, dude, so like I have like all this stuff here is like polystyrene rod, and I have like all these different sizes. So I'll take like a piece of rod like this, and then use like a lighter or another heat source to soften it, and then I can bend it into like rough shapes that I want. And then like as I make casts, I've been keeping a lot of the scrap. So I've got this whole box of like scrap here. So I'll pull from this and use this to make like, you know, these pieces and the venting and whatnot. Because then it's like I'm not wasting all the resin that I'm using to like make these things. I'm then using it to make all these extra pieces that I need. So it's like it all kind of goes back into the project. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. It'll be great when he's able to get it out and like get that stuff into people's hands. The lull worthiness of it is great. Like, I'm trying to be all serious and make these like very serious casts and characters and stuff, and he's like, nope, we're just gonna make a joke out of it. It's great. So it's a nice contrast. You got some screen caps though, don't you? To toss up. I'm not sure if you can post photos in the chat or not. I don't actually know if Twitch is that sophisticated. Can you like post a link to like one of your Instagram posts or something? Because then at least the guys could click on that and take a look at it. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking too, Miss Panda, that you could like just post a link and you guys could check it out. Because you sent me a couple pics over DM, so if you got something up, you know, definitely share it with the chat. Just followed you back there, Miss Panda. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Just gotta put these injection channel, port channel lines in here, and then I can start adding like the venting to the top. There's a little bit more work to do on these guys before they're like ready for casting, but it's coming along. Since I moved, well, I've pretty much been doing this full time. I'm not sure like what you remember, but we used to have like that Amazon shop, and I was doing that, and once we left Buffalo, it was like I've been doing this kind of as a hobby in my off time, and so the kind of the deal was like when my partner got her like first good job after getting her PhD, that I could kind of like take a break from regular work and work on this more to try to, you know, see if I could like make it into something. So that's pretty much what I've been doing as far as like job stuff. So what city do we live in together? Because I've lived in quite a few cities. I was last was Buffalo. There was Chicago, Indianapolis, Erie, Pittsburgh. Basically been a nomad for quite a while. What, like 15 years? Which is definitely not what I kind of expected where my life was going to go, but it's just kind of what happened. And the journey's still not over yet. So my partner's got a postdoc position teaching here in Phoenix, which isn't permanent. So it's kind of depends on like what next job she's going to end up taking, and COVID obviously screwed all that up. So it's been a little bit of an obstacle. Well, not an obstacle, I guess, but just more of like a speed bump in the plans, so to speak. Yeah, there's a very long delay in the chat. Not sure how to fix that. It's something I'm gonna look at over the weekend. Oh, nice. Yeah, so yeah, pretty much this, you know. COVID obviously like kind of screwed everything up, but this is like essentially my job, and I started streaming like a few weeks ago. Oh, is it like block filtering links? That's lame. They really want to keep you on the platform. You could probably just post like your handle then, because that'd be easy enough to find. Then it's just like Instagram / your username. It's not like a direct link to your post, but yeah, I haven't been posting too much of this stuff on Facebook because like was just trying to like do it on its own, and I just thought I would like share that today because especially now with like cases ramping up, I thought maybe like it might be cool for some people who are like who know me to who might be like I said at home or whatever, working from home or just kind of stuck there to like hang out, even just like virtually, because it sucks, like it's been tough to like deal with this, especially like moving across the country for like so soon after we got here to like kind of be restricted from hanging out with friends we had just made was really tough. Okay, I've done like no mod settings, so like whatever the defaults are, I've just left it all as is. So I'll have to look at that and see if there's like I know I can like put filters on and filter words, but I haven't like changed anything. So if it default like sets you to denying links, then it's still just set on the default. And Miss Panda, if you're curious, like the other stuff that I've been doing on Instagram, my username here is the same on there. So that's like where my main presence was, and I've just started streaming recently to try to like motivate myself and see if there's like interest in kind of just seeing like the day-to-day or like how I do stuff, because I've gotten a lot of questions on my account about that, like how I do stuff and why. And Sabretooth is from there, so he's like more familiar with my work. So that kind of gives you like a history of like what I'm doing now and like what this is related to, this mold I'm working on. But I'm basically making toys because I'm a huge child. Nice. That's a good workaround too. Got him. Yeah, I appreciate the humor of Sabretooth's work. It's I'm looking forward to seeing it, him putting it out. The show's just got so much like prime material for like misinterpretation. It's great. Yeah, I saw your post about that. That's really cool. Um, I've been doing this stuff for a while. I mean, I'm not like an expert or anything, but you know, feel free to shoot me any questions, either like, you know, on Facebook or Instagram here, whatever, and I'll try to help you out if like I can. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's kind of like why I started doing this was because I on Instagram I've gotten a lot of questions about like, you know, why I do certain things because I kind of go like overboard with the molding as far as like the detail and stuff and the setup. So I thought, you know, this might like be interesting to some people if they're like more interested in like the behind the scenes kind of stuff. Yeah, I put a cast in earlier in the stream today, so I'm hoping to be able to take that out in like 45 minutes or so. I like literally read your thing as I was like thinking of what I was saying. So hopefully in the next like 45 minutes or so, I can take it out of the pressure pot and see how it came out. It was I made a mold of these two guys, so it's the like previous stage before they get to this step, because I'm like adding articulation, so that's why they're like just the upper arms instead of like the whole thing. I mean, I'm always trying to like make them better, you know. I know I put like I kind of go overboard with it, and you guys have like, to quote Splinters, you've watched me push clay around for so long already that it seems silly. But like I'm trying to hit this like certain level of like, you know, quality on the cast, because when I did that first run of the figures, like the cast worked, but they were like kind of frustrating to work with. So being able to have something that like is easier to work with and doesn't, you know, create as much of a mess or whatever is kind of what I was hoping for. Because my first set of casts, like, or molds, like I said, I mean, they got the job done, but like by the time I was making like the 10th figure, I was like over it. Because every flaw like became increasingly more frustrating just from my own, dissatisfaction with them. And I tend to be kind of hard on myself when it comes to this stuff, which is probably not like, the most productive attitude to have, but I don't know. I feel like I've screwed up so much in my life that I'm trying to just get this one thing right. So I go like hyper on, like the detail, and everything's got to be just so, and yeah, and that's like what I was trying to get away from, dude. The amount of like cleanup I had to do on the torsos alone, dude. Like, okay, I'll show you. I don't have like an old one, but so the old molds, this whole top part was a vent. So there was like two big chunks up here that I would have to take off, and then there were like leads off these, all around the edges, because I cast it like horizontally. So all this stuff had to be vented. So then it was like so much time to trim this all down. I had to like cut all along here and make sure this edge was like right. It was so much work. Like, I'll show you the old mold. Let me dig it out. Okay, so here's the old mold. These are the old torso molds. So this is like the top, right? And so this is, you see, like this is kind of where I started getting that idea for the insetting it, but this is like the upside. I'm like, wait, what if I did it like this instead of like this? But so then, the piece was in here. It had two channels that came down and met the edges, met the bottom, like right here. So it would feed it through, but this was the top. So then these would all fill with resin. I had to put tape all around the side to create like a wall, because this would overflow and these would overflow. So then what I would have to I had to build this wall later, because I realized like there was no, I needed to keep the reservoirs like contained. So it was like all these things I ran into. So there was like so much fixing and stuff I had to do to these things. And like at the end, after spending an hour cleaning them, the casts were good. But it was like all this work. And I was just like, why am I doing this? Like you said. So I tried to take like the things I felt worked and just make those better, and that's why I'm doing these molds the way I'm doing them now. But yeah, it's all this work I got to do to remake these things, but I feel like they'll just be better overall. Like when I pulled this thing out, it had like one vent here, and that was it. Everything else was good. I clipped off these things, but it was like minor. So it was like a massive improvement in quality. Sorry for the long like semi-rant, but I think you can relate to what I'm saying. Now I'm just trying to figure out where to put these guys. Like I said, I don't think I'm like an expert or anything. But I'm just always trying to like, learn from the mistakes that I made and improve it. You've come to the right place. The Crotchety Old Man channel. Now on Twitch. Yeah, I have like no idea how some of these resin artists make like their figures, like what their molds look like. I mean, I'm not being judgmental. I mean, like, I didn't know shit when I started. I still don't know shit. I'm just figuring it out as I go. That's why I'm like, if you watch this and you get something out of it, awesome. Because, like, I'm just figuring it out as I go. Well, I'm not a grandpa yet, since I'm not even a dad yet, but I mean, you know, it tracks. I've got cats, it's the same. Yeah. Like, if you can get the results you want, and it's not a ton of work, do it. Because that's ultimately what matters, right? Is like, are you happy with the results you're getting? And like I said, I was like happy with them, but then there were things I didn't like about, you know, the cleanup and all that. So to me, those were things I wanted to change. So I've thought about doing dice too, like as not as an experiment, but like, because I have some really cool like D10s that I don't know where to get more of them. I mean, I've tried to like Google for like what they are, and I kind of see them, but then I don't really even know. I just haven't gone ahead and tried to do it. So if you make them, then I'll just buy them off you. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with, you know, work in general, right, is like work smarter, not harder. So if you've got like the cat molds are working for you, then keep going with them. I'm just a masochist and I like to do everything the hard way. Right. Like I want to do all these different parts, like, you know, hands and accessories and stuff, and like basically custom figures. But like I don't want to make everything from scratch every time. So like, what if I could just make it once and make a bunch of copies of it in different colors and whatnot? I also just really like the engineering part of it, like trying to figure it out. So that's a draw for me too. Alright, so I gotta jam some clay back there. Wasn't sure how much of this I needed to dig out, so now I just gotta fill it all back in. Yeah, as far as the bubbles, I pressure cast everything. So I have a paint tank I got from like Harbor Freight that I've modified a little bit, and so I put the molds in there and then fill it with compressed air, and that like crushes a lot of the bubbles. I'm not sure. I haven't used UV resin. So is it like UV activated or is it like UV reactive? Like it's you know, like black light stuff. Or does UV, is that what causes it to like catalyze? I assume it's like it's reactive to light as far as like after you cast it, but I don't actually know. That's why I'm asking. That's probably a little too narrow, but we're gonna snap that off, so it shouldn't matter. Actually, I'll just build up one. No, maybe not. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't used that at all, so I'm not familiar. Yeah, mine's just, I just use like epoxy, so it's like AB. You mix those together and they just react on their own. I know there's like resins you can use that don't really bubble, but the stuff that I'm using requires, it needs to be pressurized because it like just bubbles too much when it's curing. Alright, that looks good. Should I clean up this edge a little bit? Alright. So I'm just gonna fix this edge. Well, I feel like I want to snap this thing off. Guess I don't need to. I can just put some clay under it and push it. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I'm currently using smooth-on products, which I have to like, you buy through a distributor. You can buy them online too. And they have like a whole bunch of stuff. It basically like, the only benefit to using something like smooth-on is it just gives you like more options. Because like if I have, if I need a resin that sets in like 7 minutes instead of 3, you know, they like make all those variations. But when you're starting out, yeah, just like use what's nearby until you get used to it. So you need like a more specialized material. Yeah, this stuff I was using earlier today is transparent. Well, it's not like truly transparent, it's like translucent. Well, I guess it is transparent. I don't know. Oh, weird. That's unfortunate. It always like feels bad when it like something goofs. I just like goofed a mold last week and it kind of sucked. But it happens. That's alright. You like learn and get better. I've been goofing up for years, so don't. That's like nothing new to me. Nice. Yeah, that's the best you can do, right? Is like just try to learn from like what went right, what went wrong, and adjust your process in the future. That's like I was showing that mold earlier. That's like I had spent a lot of time making those, and then I spent a lot of time casting them. And after doing like, 10 casts, I was like, okay, I know exactly what I hate about these molds and what I like about them. So I'm just trying to like learn from those mistakes, See if I can smooth that down. So I gotta make a little tool for this. I make a lot of tools out of polystyrene. This stuff is so like easy to manipulate. Alright. Later, Splungers. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Have a beer for me, brother. Nice. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm sure he'll appreciate them. I bought that fiberboard. I've got the sheet outside. I started this. I haven't had time to cut it down, but it's because like my in between days, I just like haven't had enough time with other stuff I've had going on. But I'm like really looking forward to using it. I think it'll be like a huge improvement. Soon. I bought the board like I think last Sunday, and I was looking forward to using it. I just haven't been able to. So I keep thinking about it. I'm like, that board's outside. I need to use it. It's really just like I gotta make the time to cut some pieces down out of it. And I just haven't had that like, that couple hours I can go out there and do it. I also gotta see if I can get that jigsaw off my friend. Where are my tweezers? Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good upgrade. Because like the stuff you were seeing, the problems I was having that you were seeing, like I've had that off and on like over the years. And I always just kind of like tolerated it because I had the acrylic, so I was just like, well, whatever, I'll just glue it again. But yeah, I think that stuff's gonna make a huge difference. Yeah, so we're talking about so this acrylic that I've got my mold on. Last week or so, on one of the streams, I was doing this clay buildup, and it kept like the glue joint kept breaking, and it kept like coming separated. And Sabretooth had suggested using fiberboard, which is like just how it sounds. It's like pressed fibers. It's used in like cabinetry and flooring and stuff. So I like went to Home Depot and got like I think it's like a 2x4 sheet of it. It's like a quarter of an inch thick for like $7 or something. And so I'm gonna try using that instead of acrylic on like future molds. Like I said, I just hadn't been able to find the time this week to like cut it down because I'm working in a small space, so I can't even like store it up here or cut it. I gotta cut it outside and just bring the pieces in. But yeah, just to like get you up to speed on where we're at with this conversation. Like, I like that this stuff is transparent. Like that's one of the things that I've always enjoyed about it. But like that separation issue is like real. It gets real frustrating. So I think I'm like willing to trade, you know, being able to see through it for like it to not break on me randomly. Really needed more space there, but I'm just gonna work around it. Sometimes I try to make these things like too efficient, and then they get like these tight spots I have trouble like working in. Yeah, that'll be. I really like appreciate this grid, so I'll probably end up doing that. I'll probably draw a grid on it. The little bit of drafting I took in high school, like, definitely comes in handy every now and then. Something I never thought I would really use, but I tend to use it quite a bit. My my dad was a brick mason, and I used to look at his technical drawings of stuff he was going to build, and it was always really interesting. Like I love like exploded diagrams of stuff, like mechanical stuff or whatever, where it's like blown out into like all the different parts. You tend to see like product manuals and stuff have those. I think they're really cool. Just like art by themselves, I think they look really neat. They're really interesting. Alright, that's looking okay-ish. should have sanded this down and moved it like this way to make more room in here, but it's done now, so we're just gonna live with it. Just want to build this stuff up a little bit here. So I have like the parting lines defined. I don't really want to change those. So I'm trying to just like work around what's already there without disrupting them. It's actually working really well. It's a little like soft at first when I was building this thing like kind of in a standalone, but then once I put up this back wall, and I had this wall up to build this corner and to make it more sturdy, but like now at this point it's working out pretty well because I can like layer it on a lot faster, and it's like just smooth enough or soft enough that I can like smooth it out really easily without a lot of like extra work. So so far at least it's been a good upgrade. Because I built the first part of this mold in like 45 minutes, which in the same amount of time with that brown clay, it would have taken me, I'd have had barely anything done. So this mold, like where it's at right now, is probably less than, less than a whole, less than a whole streaming session. So like under 4 hours to get where I'm at now. Because I worked on this a little bit at the end of my last stream, after I got some other stuff done. So it's been a good change. One I should have done a lot sooner. Doesn't even fit in there. Oh my god, dude, you have no idea. It's like, I feel like it's like warp speed compared to what I was doing before. I like feel like an idiot for not making this change sooner. But like, whatever, at least I'm doing it now. Because that literally was the slowest part. Like, I mean, you saw like how long it would take. That torso mold, I could have probably had that thing done like in less than a couple of sessions. I could have had like half of it built. But I guess like better late than never, right? To like figure out something that works better. I haven't looked into Sculptex yet, but it's on my list. I kind of wanted to see how this worked out since I already have it. But I'm probably still going to get some of the Sculptex just to try it out too, because like if there's something even better, then why not use that? Because even this stuff in its like hardest state, which it is right now, like even this is so much easier to work with than the brown clay in its hardest state. But on the flip side, I think the brown clay could be a really good a really good like sculpting compound, like an intermediary compound, because it like does get so hard without baking it that it really does hold detail really like pretty well. But then it never hardens, so you can like chop it up and, you know, sculpt something else out of it. So I might try replacing the Sculpey Firm as like a sculpting. So I'm gonna try to switch their roles and see how that goes with like using the brown clay to sculpt actual parts, and then, you know, the firm for you know, the mold building and whatnot. I mean, I like that the Sculpey Firm can be baked and I can build on top of that, which is typically what I had been doing with it. I would like do a little sculpting, bake it, you know, and build it up in like thin layers. So that's like a good quality about it that you can't do with that brown plasticine. Yeah, I don't know if Sculpey would be, I think it'd probably be around the same time, like work-wise. But then Sculpey is also like kind of translucent, so like when it's real thin, you get that like, it like becomes kind of like translucent, so then you can like lose fine detail. Yeah, I agree on the wax too. Like, just in this last couple of months, I feel like my like knowledge of tools and what like works and like how well is just like catapulting. But I guess like when you've got, you know, the time to dedicate to something, you like can try stuff out more frequently and see what works and what doesn't. This should probably be ground down a little bit more. Yeah, because I've used the dental wax. Like, I use the dental wax on this, and it's like, it's really nice. It's a really nice material for sculpting. I haven't yet, sorry. When I like, by the time I'm like done streaming, I like my brain like is mush. I need to send it to myself like through email to get it out of Instagram, because I think like stuff on Instagram just gets buried with like, you know, messages from other people, and you share someone's story and tag them, and it like pushes all the messages down. So I think it just gets lost. So I'm gonna email it to myself, so I can actually see it. Like, I can just leave it unread until I look at it. Yeah, the amount of stuff I've been trying to pack in to like the days I'm not streaming, I honestly had no idea I was gonna like take up so much time with streaming, just between like trying to improve the video and then doing other stuff. So like, it sounds lame to be like, yeah, I didn't, but you know, I'm going to. But it's just like, man, time gets away like fast. Alright, let's see. So I gotta put on the venting, which is gonna be, I want to put like, there's gonna be like a wall that runs around the top here, and that's gonna vent this like this way. So once I'm done gluing this crap together, I'm gonna build these things, and then I'll just add the keys and build the walls, and it'll be good for silicone. Yeah, the amount of time I've like saved with this Sculpey Firm is like insane. I almost can't even believe like how much faster I've been able to work with it. And then I didn't like figure it out sooner. I feel like a dummy. little bits of stuff from the foam core are in here. Oh, that's the wrong end. Yeah, I was talking to my friend Darcy. We were talking about like art stuff and like, you know, just sharing stuff on Instagram and trying to like get more work done, and like just like how much work social media can be. You know, it seems like, well, you just treat it casual, it's like whatever, you know, but then we're all constantly like fighting the algorithm and all this bullshit. And it turns out that you just gotta like, you know, post more often, interact a lot, and it's, you know, obviously that's stuff we want to do because we like the people we follow and appreciate the people who follow us, and you know, you want to like grow those relationships. But man, it does like eat up a lot of work. You can actually use lighter fluid, and alcohol works and lighter fluid works to smooth out Sculpey, because it's the same thing, right? It like melts the surface layer and like blends it all together. Supposedly lighter fluid works really well, and it doesn't like mess with the plastic. Because I mentioned earlier, I used to run this Amazon bookstore, and like you could buy, there was this stuff called, what is it, Goo Gone or whatever. It's like a sticker remover. It's like solvent, and it turns out it's basically just lighter fluid. So you can use lighter fluid to dissolve like sticker residue and stuff like that. So like, and it never damaged the paper. So it would dissolve the like sticky glue residue, and it wouldn't touch anything else. Wouldn't take ink off paper, nothing. It was crazy. Yeah, so the lighter fluid works really well as a smoother for like the surface of Sculpey. Actually, I might fill that in right there and get a better parting line. Yeah, self-marketing is ridiculous. Like, the amount of work you got to put in. It's like, you know, if you want to get any kind of presence, you got to do it. And it's not to like, you know, everybody like hates marketing, hates the idea of being sold to or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. It's like not necessarily, you're not selling to people, right? Because you don't want to be like, buy my thing. But if people don't know it exists, oh, that's good to know about the toy, removing it on toys. I didn't know that. I hadn't tried it, at least. But like, yeah, like nobody loves being sold to per se. But you know, if like you're putting out something that people like and they don't know it exists, even if they just wanted to see it, you know, if they don't know it's there, they can't look at it. So you still gotta like promo and, you know, make it available, make it easy to find. Yeah, this little like ditch was a little too, didn't need to be there. It actually lets me even out this parting line. Hopefully you guys can see this. I'm trying to work in this like little space. I have all these little tools that I've made out of like scrap parts and stuff. It's funny to see like sculptors like workbenches or whatever, even just like whether it's toy sculptors or doing miniatures or whatever. It's like you've got all the standard, you know, sculpting tools you expect to see. You get in like a pack or whatever, but then there's like always a pile of stuff that the sculptors like made. To some would give a more fuzzy feeling, at least to sales and yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true, right? Like, you want to be like, I wanted this, that's why I bought it, not because you sold it to me. And because it's like, what's the whole thing with marketing, right? You're like, ads aren't necessarily like, buy this thing, but they're, you seeing them like gets you to think about it, even if it's subconsciously, so that when you go to like the store, if you've seen like Tide 1,000 times on TV, you tend to be like, well, I guess I'll buy Tide because I know what that is. Yeah, I used to hate the idea of marketing too until I started working in marketing, and then I was like, well, I guess this isn't the worst thing in the world, and it is necessary to some degree. Because like, think about like COVID, right? Like, if you don't know a vaccine exists because it was like marketed, you're not going to go get it because you don't know it exists. So it's all like, you know, related in a way. I mean, sure, there'll be news announcements about a COVID vaccine because that's a pretty unusual thing, but you still have to know where to get it and who makes it and how much it is. And yeah, I mean, I keep buying Hondas because like I've had good experiences with them. Every Ford I've owned, I've not had good experiences with, so that tracks for sure. Alright, that's probably pretty solid. Alright, so I gotta build up behind this guy. Touche! Where did that chunk of clay go? I just had a big chunk of clay that went flying. Indeed, indeed. One may say that. It didn't fall. Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to come up with something I thought was like, I don't know, descriptive of like what I was trying to do. And there are times where I like wonder if this name is really hokey. But I don't know. I also like it. I think it's like fine. I think it describes what I'm trying to do, right? Old stuff that's kind of new. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I actually think coming up with like brand names is really difficult. Or I'm just not like trained well enough in marketing, or I'm not clever enough. But it seemed fine, I guess. I think that's why I'm trying to like add stuff to the figures. And that's where like the Neo part is. I don't want to just do straight like all I sell are bootlegs. You know, I want it to be like, well, there's something new. It's not just, you know, just yet another recast He-Man figure. That's why like I'm, you know, adding these extra joints, and I want to like make my own parts, so I'm not just like refabbing everything. Yeah, coming up with a name is really hard because like there's so much pressure because you're not stuck with it, but like you kind of are because once you start like setting up accounts and buying domains and all that shit, like you've kind of committed to it, you know? So that I was like, how do I come up with something that like I think is okay that I'm not going to hate in 2 months? That's funny you say that about coming up with names for other people. If I'm like making up joke companies and stuff all day, I'll come up with like funny stuff and clever like names. But if it's stuff for myself, I'm just like blank. I've always struggled with like um nice. I like it. And it's all miscasts, right? It's all like mutated versions of like the thing, so they're all like so then it tracks. I don't know. But I like it. I mean, yeah, there's like plenty of uh artist names that are, you know, they're like fine, but they don't really like project a specific like thing, you know. So I think like mine's I was like, well, when I settled on mine, I was like, well, it's functional. So it describes what I'm doing in a way. I like joined this like artist stream the other night, and so like I followed him because I was like, oh, this is kind of neat. And I can't tell if he was making fun of my name initially, or if it was just like a coincidence. But so I just tried to ignore it. There's nothing wrong with using a generator. Like they're great for like ideation, just to give you like somewhere to start with, if nothing else. There's like this old it's like before memes were memes. There's this is back in like the Rob Liefeld days of comic books in the 90s, early 2000s, and it was like there was like this sheet. It was two columns of like words like blood, storm, thunder, um, black, and you would like cross like just randomly draw crosses across them, and that's how you came up with names for everything. And it definitely tracked with like character names from Rob Liefeld in the 90s, or Liefeld, or however the hell you say his name. The king of copy. Yeet yeet no feet. Since that dude couldn't draw feet to save his life. Alright, let's see, I got a mess on my table here. Huh, I haven't researched name generators, so I'm actually pretty interested in this too. Seventh Sanctum. Yeah, I'm gonna add that to my handwritten list off to the side here of things I'm gonna look up later. Once my hands are free again. Looks like a thumbs up to me. Yeah, I just got all the stock emotes. I'm not fancy enough to have my own yet. It's more stuff I gotta create. They think I'm made of time? Alright. Those are both looking as good as they're gonna get. I think from the little bit that I read, I think it looks like if you're affiliate, you can have one, and then if you're a partner, you can have like as many as you want. So something I've been wondering about, and I can't really find a clear answer, is so like if you are affiliate or partner, you like have to run ads on your channel. So you either have to like, you know, run one at the start, or like run one like every what 90 minutes or something. But then I don't know if like, are there ads on my stream now? Because I don't know, since I don't see my stream while it's live. Does it cut out and like go to commercial? I have no idea. Okay. Cause like, that's how it seemed. So I was like, I almost like don't care, cause like I'm not concerned about making money on Twitch. Like that's not why I'm doing this. So I was probably just gonna like not even opt into that. If I could just keep it ad free and they just like, you know, let me stream and don't charge me anything, then I thought that would be fine. Ain't trying to be no Twitch celebrity. I don't give a crap about that. That looks pretty okay. Okay. Yeah, because from the little bit that I had read, it seemed like once you were either of those statuses, whether it was like affiliate or partner, that you like then were required to run ads, and if you didn't, they like would just put ads up like for you. So I wasn't really sure how that all was gonna go. Guess I'll just glue that guy on there. Like, I don't think I would ever have the kind of viewership I need to worry about generating ad revenue. I ain't gonna have no thousands of viewers. I don't care. Oh, that's real nice of them. Seems about on par for Google, though. Oh, that is a big misalignment. Yeah, I mean, like, where else are you gonna go? Vimeo? That's like the only other place to go, and I get the impression that Vimeo is a lot more like strict about the content on their network. Yeah, that's still not great, but so I'll try to fix that. And I guess there's like really no replacement for like the TV model. You know, they're like, they want the ad revenue. It's like that, or they're like charging you to use the service. Oh, we're after 5. Maybe we can open up that mold soon. That would be decent. Alright, so those look good. Oh, what do you know of besides Vimeo? Like, what's a decent, like, hosted video platform? I know there's like Dailymotion and all those from like the early 2000s, but I don't. Are there other platforms, like more recent ones, or what? All right, so now I got to build these vents. So I'm probably just gonna use polystyrene for this. Yeah, I'm definitely coming into like video very late in the game, so I don't know what to really do about that. I guess I could just put one at the top. Let's see, what do I have here? Guess I could use this. It comes down to like a pretty fine edge. Let's see. So I need to get a beginning vent on here. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're seeing that with like you know, the joke of parlor and all that nonsense. It's pretty much like the only people that are demanding, like, you know, it needs to be a free speech platform, or all these like right-wing loons. Like, trolls are already a problem on like every platform. If it's like too loose of standards, then it's gonna be just a shit show. Alright, so that's probably too thin. Well, I guess I could do... No. Alright, that doesn't work, so I need something else. I need to go into the scrap bin. Yeah, that's true. I could probably use that. And we'll probably see it, you know, sooner than later if, like, enough people hate it. Or enough people get tired of YouTube. Ugh. This is another tool I use quite a bit. I've like recommended these to people on Instagram too, like for cutting off all your sprues and stuff. I don't know how other people do it, but I find it a lot better. So I could do like, whatever. Yeah, as far as streaming, I'm just gonna, I don't know, like I'm not invested enough in like video yet to worry too much about it. I guess if it becomes a problem, then I'll worry about it then, you know. Because I've been doing it all this time without video. I just thought it might be a nice change to, or a nice complement to just posting photos. So all that stuff's like out of my control if it's like, you know, gonna go sideways with video. Yeah, jeweler saws are great. I bought it like years ago and I use it very frequently. And these emery boards, I use these things constantly too. Yeah, I feel like they're useful like for any kind of like modeling, right? Or just like fine cuts, like where you, because like you think of so many times you're trying to cut something, but you lose part of it to the saw itself, and these blades are so thin that you lose like almost nothing of the surface. So they're really great for like precision cuts too, and even like cutting curves and stuff, they're way easier. Yeah, true. I mean, I guess technically, like, you know, Instagram and all those are too, through ads. We're just not like participating directly in them. Alright, so I do this. Ow. Yeah, as long as it's not some like crazy cesspool of conspiracy theories, then I guess I'm more or less okay with whatever. Since in that situation, it's either like I use it or I don't. You know, I don't really have too much power in what they do. Let's see. So this could go here. That's probably a good vent. Yeah, so we'll start with that. Yeah, these nipper things are great. I need to get another pair. I tried to use them to clip wire, and that was a mistake. So I put little notches in the blades. Yeah, they were like the first thing that I started using to remove sprues from like casts, and then for like, you know, clipping stuff like I was just doing. But they're great. I use them frequently. There's like a bunch of stuff that I use all the time. Alright. Let's see. I have like stuff I bought and never used, and then stuff I use like constantly. Let's see. So I can just make another little fin there. Yeah, these things are really useful. Yeah, there's like tiny notches I have, like, I've tried to grind them out with a file, because it like just had spots it wouldn't even cut. But yeah, they're pretty useful. This is all part of what I like about this. It's just like the the fabrication that I like. I'm constantly making stuff, even if it's like little bits like this. Yeah, so I'll glue that on there. I've started using so like my first batch of figures, I did like a couple passes of sanding. If you have a Dremel or like any kind of rotary tool, you can use like if you go over it with a brush at the end, it will give you like a more polish at the end. Because I was going from like a heavier grit sandpaper to like down to a finer like a 1500 grit, and then I would finish it off with a brush wheel. I'll show you in a second once I get this thing to set what I'm talking about. Alright, that should be adequate venting for that. I gotta fill that in with clay though. Or glue. Yeah, so I have I don't know where you can see this thing at in the camera. I have a little so I use like a wheel like this at the end at a really high speed, like 4,000 RPM, and kind of just go over it, and it takes all the really fine marks out. And it doesn't like make it a mirror finish, but it makes it pretty smooth. I'm trying to think what the finest grit of sandpaper I've got is. I think it's like 1500 or something like that. Let me see. Because I found that if I wanted it to look like it came from, you know, a factory or whatever, I'd have to go over it with something really fine. That's 320. I know I've got something finer than this. Is this 800? It looks like I have 1,000 grit. That's the finest one I have. So I'll like I'll do passes on it, like where I cut the spur off, and then at the final pass I'll use that brush wheel, and like I said, it doesn't get to a mirror finish, but it gets pretty smooth where you almost can't see the marks anymore. So for like the dice, it might be able to give you like that final sheen. It's like more work, and you have to have the tool if you don't already have it. But if you do, it's like, it's worth it. It just depends, like, you know, how fine you want the surface to be. Zona papers. Using, I think it will. Okay. I'll have to. I don't know either of those two, so I'm gonna mark those down as well. This is all stuff I wouldn't have known on my own, or would have taken me forever to find out. Where did that little tool go? Oh, whatever, I'll just use this one. There's like a little hole back here I was trying to close up. Alright, that looks pretty good. Alright, I'm going to shift gears. I'm going to set this guy aside. I'm going to see about... I'm going to see if I can pull this mold. I'm going to mute the mic real quick, because I'm going to drain this tank, and it can be kind of loud. Okay, yeah, that was kind of loud, so I'm glad I did. Nice. Hey, at least you found out about it. Alright, that seems good. Let's see how our first test cast goes. See if I can get this thing out of here. Yes, there was like some decent flashing there. But looks like there's an air bubble. Nope, that's just a leak. So there's a lot of flashing, but that's pretty minimal. If that's the worst case scenario, then I really need to replace my release valve, like the pressure release one, the safety valve. I don't have one on mine. Yeah, the flashing is really thin, so I'm hoping the bottom side looks pretty good. Once I flip it over and pull these guys out. I felt it like swell when I was injecting it, and I assume that's where all this came from, but then it like looks like it did pretty well about closing back up. It's a little thick right here, but I mean, we're talking like less than a millimeter. Where are my little surgery scissors at? Well, they're not really surgery scissors, but for all intents and purposes. I didn't. And that's something I definitely could do, is put it between boards. I'm just trying them out like the way they are. The walls on that thing are a little thin, so that's probably a good idea. Shit, I'm digging into the mold. I don't want to do that. Yeah, all the fingers came out. That's pretty good. I mean, the flashing's a little thick, so sandwiching is probably going to improve that. But overall, I mean, it looks pretty good. Yeah, if I like sandwich it next time, the flashing I could probably get away with like much thinner flash. That's probably the only flaw with this is like the flashing's a little thick. But like other than that, it's like pretty good. So it's a bit more sanding that I'll have to do. I mean, this is a test cast, so I'm probably not going to do too much with it. Yeah, no meth Wolverine claws. Next time. I mean, they're meth claws. They just break off, you know? It's like, he sold the good ones. He's got like, just scrap he found in the yard on there now. And I'm pretty happy with this overall. But yeah, I'll definitely put in between some pieces of wood or something next time. It's like the mold's all like it's a joke from when I was making this. So like, let me see if I can pull these guys out of here. So this is the venting for this hand. So they're all kind of like crooked. Or for this, is it this hand? Yeah. So this guy was like on here. So it looked like very janky Wolverine claws. So we started this joke about its weapon opiate. Once he's like gotten hooked on opiates, he like sells all of his adamantium and replaces it with like scrap he finds around the trailer park. Alright, so all this crap can get pulled out. Break that off. That. I'll definitely need to replace this with like a plaque cure silicone at some point. It's gonna get like eaten. Yes. Alright. So that's like, it's not as efficient on the waist as the torso was. But I mean, it's still like, bringing down the amount of flash would be a huge step in like minimizing waste here. So that's mostly what this is. I just overmixed the silicone, or made too much. But this is still pretty good. Alright. We got payoff for all the days of pushing clay around. So like, of our useless scrap, because this is definitely still useful. Alright, that's our throwaway scrap. I'm pretty happy about that. So let's see, I'll put this all in the box. Then off to the side. Where's our torso at? So I think this resin's all too hard to snap these guys on here. Afraid I'm gonna like break it if I try to snap it on here, because this does not flex at all. That's a pretty good test cast overall. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, you can see right there it like separated the most. Actually, I trimmed a little bit off the bottom of the mold. That's probably what that is. But yeah, by the time I like go over this with I trim this all off with an X-Acto or one of the round like grinder bits, and then sand this, and then you go over it with a buffing wheel. Like you won't even see the seam line. Yeah. Yeah, the arms and the upper arms and upper legs are softer plastic, so that I can like have the snap-on joints, and it doesn't. You're not gonna worry about it like breaking. So like that, all that was a lot of like testing different silicones to see like what would work and what wouldn't, what was like too soft and too hard. But like I found, you know, I figured out like which ones work fairly well together. So we've got the task 9. I'm actually using task 9 for all the hard stuff instead of the smooth cast. It's just like more durable to like being dropped and stuff. And then 60D is all the semi-flex. So that's like the arms and legs are 60D, and everything else is task 9. Because like especially that hip joint, where that that ball and socket hip joint is, if that's like not, if the plastic's not soft enough, and then the ball part's not like strong enough, it's just gonna snap right off. So I had to like do a lot of testing to make sure that the stuff that I picked was gonna like, you know, stand up to like being put on and off a bunch of times. Yeah, there's some air bubbles in the side here, but that's fine. I don't think they really affect the mold at all. I'd have made this wall a little thicker, but I'm gonna redo these with like anyway, so it doesn't even matter. I just need like a half dozen or so good casts out of this. This is just like a master mold. I mean, this mold design's like more work, but it's definitely like working for what I want. Feels good. Alright, so let's see. There were some things I had to write down. There was, what was that site called? Seventh Sanctum, that's right. And then Zona. Zona and Flitz. Yeah, totally. Because it wouldn't have it wouldn't have bubbled out. Because as I injected these, like I could feel it, you know, pushing the sides out. But yeah, if I sandwich it, it's not going anywhere. That should make a huge difference with that flash. But that's a pretty good, like, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with where they're at. So far, the experiment is paying off with these sock molds. Alright, so that's good. So I gotta build a vent here. Nice. I'm glad I was able to, like, get a good set out on the stream. Let's see, I gotta make... That's not gonna work. I guess I could make this one work. Oh, it's a polish? Okay. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I wouldn't have known about it. So I'll definitely check it out. Let's see, where'd my little thing go? I like to get this second vent. I like to get this venting finished today, since I've only got like a little bit of time left. Oh, nice. Tell him I said hi too. I wanna try to like join some of the, because now that they're going back to cam games, I was gonna try to join some of them. Obviously not Friday because I'm doing this, but if you guys are in those cam games at heart, maybe Sunday, I might try to jump on. Because it'd be fun to play with some of you guys that I haven't seen in, you know, over a year. Probably should have like eyeball measured this before I started sanding it, so I inevitably have to do it again. Let's see. So this goes. I can't even use my hands because it's too thin. Okay. So that works across the top. Nice. And the interesting part about streaming is I feel less, well, not feel less, but I talk to myself a lot when I'm working. So now it's like, you're talking to people, not just yourself, you weirdo. So Miss Panda is from this game store I used to go to. That's where I met her. Her and her husband in Buffalo. And we used to play Magic together. And like, because of the pandemic, people have started using webcams. Well, you can use your phone as a webcam, which is what I do. And you can play online, so you play with paper cards. So it's just like video conferencing, basically, except you're playing, Magic, the card game. So it's like the closest you can get to playing in person during all this. Or like, I now live like on the other side of the country, so it's nice to be able to play with like friends virtually that I wouldn't have the same opportunity to play with in person. And like some people they play D&D over it. I wanted to try playing I thought you could play Codenames Pictures, which is like a pretty fun. It's not a party game, but it's like you could play with like 4 to 6 people. And it's a pretty fun game. So that would work over camera. Alright, I guess I can use that. Yeah, as if you didn't have like enough expensive hobbies and things to spend money on. Come play Magic where like there's no bottom to how much you can spend. I've actually been trying to get away from like buying new cards, and I'm just spending that money and time on this. Like, I haven't really had to buy too much to stream. I really just bought this like USB sound card because my computer was giving me shit. But at least I get a little more out of doing this, like, alone, than, not that I don't enjoy playing the game. Where did my tool go? So I need to keep this area needs to be like as smooth as possible. Alright. I'd ask you if you had any games or anything you played Sabretooth, but I know from our previous conversations you're like pretty busy with work. So if you aren't having time for your project, I assume you probably don't have a lot of time left over for games. I guess I shouldn't assume that, but just based on what we've talked about in the past. I could probably... Let's see, I could probably put that guy there. That should be enough venting for the top. That sounds pretty vicious. And I approve. Yeah, I feel you, dude. Even like the friends I have local, trying to get like enough of them to commit time to like playing a game, it's like it's literally like pulling teeth. Everyone's like, you know, obviously busy for different reasons, and you can't like fault them for it, you know, but it does make it tough to like set up a game. I keep losing that little white rod tool that I had here. There it is. I like set it down and then forget where I put it. Because I should fill that space with something. Like this shard of plastic. There we go. It's not beautiful, but it works. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we haven't been able to like hang with anyone, you know, because of like COVID. But so like playing Magic over cam is like the literally the only social outlet that I have. And my partner was away for the summer because her dad had a health issue that is now solved. Um, but like while she was away, I was just here alone, and like, you know, again COVID, right? So I couldn't go anywhere or do anything or see anyone. So without like playing cards over a webcam, like I literally would have gone insane. Like there's only so much Xbox I can play alone, you know, before I want to like kill myself. Alright, so I gotta build up the vertical part of this stuff, which I might just punt until tomorrow. Because, well, I guess I got a little bit of time left. And I've got these vents that are from other casts, so I could probably use these. So if I put this guy here, no, it'd have to be like here. Yeah, it's been like a huge pain in the ass to try to get people to commit to anything. So like, Bone Splinters from earlier, like that dude, he's like one of the people that got me into the game, and it's like we've talked about playing, and we like live on separate sides of the country too, and it's been like nearly impossible. It's just like the whole COVID thing is obviously screwed up everyone's lives. Sorry, this thing keeps slipping out of my hand, so I'm trying to like concentrate on this and then also remember what I was saying. Oh, it does sound like pretty draining doing like support. Well, that's cool. I'm glad that you like have gotten a little reprieve hanging out with us. It was nice that you could join too. Yeah, the social part of this has been a really nice, like, kind of not like unexpected, but I guess just something I didn't really like know I'd appreciate at first. So it has been really nice. Makes the work a little less lonely. I should probably use a grind wheel to carve this thing down, but alright. That's okay, I guess. So this guy needs to go kind of on here. But I'm gonna cut that way down. That thing is too big. I don't think it needs to be this big. Well, doing that talking to myself thing again. Yeah, I mean, I started doing this just like, I was like, I'm just gonna try it out, whatever, see what happens. And it's like both kept me on track. Like I'm like, okay, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like I gotta work, so I gotta be at my desk. And then it's all this, the social stuff has been like, you know, gravy on top of that for like social interaction, which is really nice. So yeah, I mean, I already followed you, so if you like, if you go start streaming, like I'll know about it, and I'll try to join if I'm like available at that time, since like there's a time difference for me. It was like it was a little awkward for me at first to get used to like talking, um, especially when like no one's on the stream. But Cybertooth pretty much got me over that in the first session, so that was super helpful. I'd have probably had the quietest stream ever if he hadn't been like, "You got to talk, bro. Come on." So that was really helpful. I like needed to hear it, so. Alright, that looks better. So that reservoir is probably too small. I'm probably gonna have to glue a little more stuff on here. But I can at least start with that. I can always add to it. Alright. Close enough. Yeah, if you're painting minis and stuff, yeah, well, that's what I'm like. All this scrap, I have like that bin of scrap. I've been using it, just cutting it down to make these reservoirs. But that's a good idea to like. I'm slowly building up like better shapes. So like if I'm doing the torso, these things are like working out where I've got this cross built onto it. So yeah, like I'm kind of like where you're at with that thinking. I just don't have like all the parts built up yet. But definitely a good suggestion. Yeah, I definitely would talk to myself too. I just like hadn't thought that like, oh, you're just doing the same thing except you've got a camera in front of you. Yeah, and as far as you're like, because you're painting like in real life stuff, Miss Panda, I'm just using my phone as a camera. So I have like a cam app I use for magic, and I'm just using the same app. Yeah, there are moments where I like will get kind of focused on what I'm doing, and so I try to like remind myself to say, I'll be like, yeah, sorry, I'm sometimes when I really focus on a thing, like I might get quiet for a moment, because it is tough to talk like nonstop for hours, especially if like the thing you're doing is repetitious. Like I was doing the clay stuff earlier, and you know it gets repetitious because I do it a lot. I can't put that there. That's not the right spot for it. No, but it's not gonna work. But yeah, I just try to like remind myself, you know, try to keep thinking of something you could talk about or an aspect of like what you're doing. But it definitely gets easier as you go. Use this. 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 Yeah, I guess I could just use that. Yeah, I spent like a whole afternoon working on that. Just like doing test recordings with like different... I would start with like no filters, and then I added one, you know, and make adjustments, record, test again. So I'm glad it's like more balanced. It definitely took me like spending an afternoon, you know, trying stuff out and figuring out like what worked the best. And then like what volume, you know, while it's playing. So I've been able to use the little, I don't know what it's called, the meter on OBS that like shows you the decibels of the music or the sound. So I can tell like, okay, my voice is gonna peak around like this much, and then the music should be around this much, so it's never like louder than my voice. Alright, so I can put this here. Yeah, so I glue that on there, and that should be a big enough vent. If you could only see the janky cardboard thing that I have built for mine. I built this thing because I like another artist friend was like, oh, you should do TikTok videos, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll try it. And so I like rigged up this thing that like my phone sits on, and so that's just what I'm using for this. I mean, it like works fine. It's not pretty, but it works. All right, that's a little off, but it's fine. I also have to glue a little bit of junk in here. Yeah, mine's literally just built out of like a cardboard box I cut into pieces and glued together. I am very like low budget, no budget. I might invest in a stand at some point. Not a stand, but like an arm. Because I kind of would like to have the camera like over my shoulder instead of you know, in front like this. I feel like the viewer would have a better experience. But I mean, this is working for now, so there's just times when I'm like working on something that I know that the viewer can't really see that well. So I feel like it would be a better experience for the viewer if it was kind of like suspended over my right. And I've got like, that's really the only other place I could put it too, just with like how cramped my space is. Alright, that's got to cure overnight. Well, because I gotta trim some stuff off of this, and I can't really do it while it's half dried. This is getting pretty close. Actually, this could have been shorter. Yeah, it's probably not even gonna fill that high, so it probably won't matter. Probably won't matter. Let's see. Looks good overall. Yeah, I mean, all you need is like, what, 720p really? Because it's going to compress your video anyway, and I think it shows us a lower quality stream. So there's no point, you don't need like a 1080p or higher quality camera, because it's just not even going to see it. That's not the worst idea. If I could suspend my, like slap my camera on my forehead, it would probably be the best angle. No joke. Alright, I'm pretty happy with where this is at. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just build some stuff for this, so I gotta cut more scrap. But it's 6:15, and so I've been on, what, 4 hours? So I think I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Should do this again sometime. Alright, I gotta bag up some of this stuff. As I say, I'm gonna end and then keep fumbling around for stuff. Alright, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll catch you next time.